What is up, everyone? Gonna be starting the stream. How we all doing? Let's play. Let's kill the music. And why can't I hear the game? Oh, I can, but it's coming out of my TV. Hang on. Ugh, epic. All right. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear? Wait, there's no audio on the game yet. But wait. There we go. You can't hear me? What? Wait, no, you wouldn't have said that if you could not hear me. Shut up. Can you hear the game? I'm gonna crank the game up. How's that? Is that better for the game? I guess we're in the middle of trial. I didn't even realize that. It sounds like a game. Epic. Glad to see. Hi, I see Icy. I see Luminary. I see Francine. Thank you for that resub, by the way. I appreciate it. Gonna hop right in. You're on day 3. What the? Yeah, I told you I was on day 3. Maybe I didn't tell you that, but I thought about me being on day 3. Okay, I don't remember anything that happened. Emma didn't come back. Why did Emma leave? It's been a week. You can most likely finish today? Oh, epic. Okay. Charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. But doofus. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. I like how Edgeworth doesn't like try to get his witnesses to say their name and occupation. Like if it doesn't work the first time, he just moves on. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Did I watch him? Because I remember this being a long trial, so I was waiting for you to get close to the point. I don't know, as I've never finished a trial. Well, I mean, E says I'm close to finishing, so maybe you'll get to see the end. And yes, this trial is very long. According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sand. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime, in plain old English. You still like 2 hours? Oh, damn. Well, that's about one stream. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day. That ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveled man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated lots on the evidence lock? I'm already messing up dialogue, and we've been streaming for 7 minutes. Let's go. What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Alright, so I gotta overlook me evidence. That's this. I feel like it's gonna be something on this page. God, there's so much evidence. And he lost his ID. That's what that was. Okay, well, hang on. Let's press everything first. Keep an eye. Just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. Just a caretaker who interred the recordings. Be glad future games recycle evidence that isn't needed anymore. Oh, yeah. Future games as in, like, just past the first game? Or do you mean, like, after the whole trilogy? Time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual is recorded. Tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Oh, but hang on. Didn't we find his prints? Yeah. Okay, well hang on. Let's keep pressing because that's what you're supposed to do. But yeah, I think we have to after the trilogy. Okay, so it'll be a while. You're at the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said? I told you that ain't my style. Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. That's a lie. Oh, cryptic leaks. Damn it. I thought I was smart. Sweet detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in my day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. Sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Gumtree said something like that too. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't seem like this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Alright, I was at the saloon. What are we doing in there? It's eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's fungal sepia pasta. Hang on a second. Be right back. My sister just needed something. Even though I texted her and was like, if you need anything, text me. But I put my Alright. Okay, this man likes pasta. That's cool. You abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. It's usually where Edward says, "Do not want to raise this year." I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you got ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Ammo, Marshall? That's right, partner, or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back to the sunset. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. So I better up the ante. Oh, wrong button. Just gonna save, so. Phoenix just said not to use the trump card, but like, no, okay, yeah, we're using that. Sir Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? Oh, I like that sprite. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Huh. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is. Make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. That doesn't line up with what you said, though. I wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation, then. About the bloodstained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about the fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Was the murderer wearing gloves? We're gonna check the video. How would he know that? Hang on, before I do anything. Let's go to the video that I thought... I guess it's not letting me fast forward anymore, which is fine. Those don't look like gloves. Yeah, no. What? Okay. I guess we'll... Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. I mean, what I said. Yo, Short, what is up? How are you doing? Happy to see you here. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. Let's see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Oh, okay. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained hand. That's so stupid. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker's covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. The murderer was wearing gloves. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. If the blood stayed, see, that's who the murder. Gumshoes, yep. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Hang on. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can't show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall is present, well, of course I have evidence. Download, drop what you're doing and play League with us? Absolutely not. Taking apart my laptop, switching out parts. Ooh, sounds fun. Yeah, I am streaming early. Friday is my afternoon stream day. Oh, I think I know. Look. It's at the very end of the video. Nick, why don't you drop what you're doing and play Ace Attorney? This is the thing I wanted to get earlier. Like as in last stream, because I noticed it. But look, right here. This wasn't here before. Bring your attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 8 words. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Is it really gonna... Oh, okay, no. We're gonna have to sit through the whole video. I didn't mean to skip that. I wish there was a message log for this game. Oh, they're playing it in reverse. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. And it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. But only see. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Fingerprints. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I open that locker? Now prove it. That, I think? Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. It's aren't that obvious. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What is he biting on? Beef jerky? I only got 1 word for you. No! No! He's just screaming. Order, order, order. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. It is beef jerky? I want beef jerky. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole! That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. So, then where is the witness? Mr. Wright has an answer. Oh, snap. Was he the killer? Notice I'm standing there. It's almost as credible as Meekin's warp theory. Chamber's empty, partner. Oh, shit. Okay. Damn it, we are losing health. Could have been. The right brain process, but wrong deduction. I mean, if he was in this little gap, perhaps. We're standing right here. Nope. Could have been like in here. And there was the blind, because like the mascot was here. So could you see into here? This was all wall. I mean, unless he was like up here. Just standing there. Yeah, no. You had the right brain process, but wrong deduction? What? Are you trying to tell me he was where the victim was? That doesn't make any sense. He couldn't have been there. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Good. Oh! Yeah. Wait, I forgot killer here is Meekins. So I was just associating him. Okay. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. Why would he do that? That's preposterous. Officer Meekins was witness to the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Well, I can't see that, but okay. I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say about this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall was dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that we're gonna say. Alright. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? Is he gonna help us out again? Looks like your lack of experience has finally been damn. Unless he's gonna help us, but also like put us down while doing it. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? Maybe that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument. Done like 4 trials, I'd call that yeah, not for an attorney though. 4 trials is like nothing. Well, not nothing, but compared to Edgeworth, who has had like 2 games worth of trials before this. Dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime, but after the crime was committed. He opened his old locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps. The video is the key to all unanswered questions. Oh no. Very well, let's take another look at the security tape. Wait, please show us what? Why he would put away the cloth? Maybe because of the blood? Hang on. Can you see him walking away with the blood? Oh no, he just disappears. Shot. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. We got this. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Imagine being the jury at a Phoenix Wright trial. These trials are so chaotic, though. I would love to see one. It's not like an actual, like, jury duty type thing. That'd be boring. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I was expecting Officer Weekends. Knocked him out, managed to escape. I knew which areas would be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Victim was really you, but there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hands. My guess is he's the donor. It's way too much blood for a small donation. Okay. Let's examine this. I'm sure it was chaotic as they said. Yeah, no, they'd be fun. Do it that day. Just stand by and let it die. Okay, time to press. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask, partner? SL9, 2 years ago have passed since that case was closed. It's going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. You would have to encounter the weirdest shit and then come to a conclusion whether someone is a murderer or not. And it's gonna be like high stress. Yeah, you're right. I think it would be entertaining to watch, but like in practicality would never work because you just have people shouting objection. Or you get people like Von Karma who try to run the court. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why'd you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman... Okay. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But you could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I was expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. For me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? So you knocked Officer... Ew, he stabbed someone with that and now he's, like, shaving with it? That's weird. That's really weird. I don't like that. Managed to escape. I knew which areas would be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your code in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. What you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in there. So why do people think there was a murder, though? The blood found... Oh, well, because they had reason to believe he was there at 5:15. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself, so have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I have a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Take another look at all the files. Okay, so we're gonna have to press on the... No, damn it. One too far. We have to go to the last statement. It's definitely that. Why? Okay, well, we can just present the files, I think. Yeah. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. in a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, then the then deputy chief of police. Oh, so that's not him in the picture. Or yes, it was. Yeah, no, it is. That's him. Then his brother is. Okay, I see. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. But isn't that bad? I thought I wanted to prove that the murder took place there and not with my client. Yeah, the things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. Exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance, it's gotta be more than just that. If no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking, yeah. Term means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. But what did we spend all day doing? Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arg. I rest my case. God, I love Edgeworth. He's so cool. Seems this trial's reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I don't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. I doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was a fake. I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Yeah, I realized that. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Oh. Your Honor, wait. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Epic. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. She mentioned, oh, her name was in there too. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. How did she get in? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still. If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. Wrong with that. I object. That's the crime scene. Clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Means something hasn't been drawn on there? When drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. It's afraid the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Something I could use. Which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Oh, wait. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger's not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? So that means... just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. How did she get all the way to our side now? Emma, on that afternoon. Sir Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room. After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. February 21st in the police department's evidence room. Blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Meekins cut his hand, which left a trivial amount of blood. Problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Bruh. That's the claim we're going with. Alright. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark in the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, as Mr. Edgeworth said? Proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? No, I didn't mean today. When the first crime. I don't know. Wait. Oh, he entered the room twice. Why did he enter the room twice? Oh, wants to put in the thing. I mean, what is that 777 ID? Am I supposed to like notice that? I think it's this. Crime took place inside the evidence room, and the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Uh-oh. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. So one other card, 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher, someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority if an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. Yes, this is my first playthrough. Yeah. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. Forgeries. It's forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Yeah, I know my enormous brain makes it seem like I've done this before, but no, this is all blind. I haven't played this part of the game yet. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh, hi. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. Did they go to a spirit medium again? It's really good. I like this case. It's a little long, but at least I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you did. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order to get him the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Oh, they're loud. The jury's like really loud. It's caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom cannot be quelled. We have to wait until the following day. Bruh. Okay, alright, we got this. We could finish this today. I'm feeling it. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Yeah, I don't need a flashback to 5 minutes ago. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? The night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Damn, and she was like a 14-year-old kid, too. Bruh. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. But suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting through into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. He was like, ah! I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture into my mind. I can still see it now. I remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up. You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? The crime occurred. I can't talk. Dark knocked Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14, that's understandable. And had the exact same outfit. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. Finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did you run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Alright, let's go. Lana, Mr. Wright. It seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know. Out of revelations, the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. And how obsessive Officer Marshall could be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. She hasn't denied it once. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. We still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked in the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. I really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I was planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. You should ask more about this investigation of theirs. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? The recent investigation lead was David Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It's the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Mr. Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay. It's kind of quiet around here today. You're right, the chief of the detective seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Oh, I thought we wanted to get into his office. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Sera. I don't know how to say it. Sera? I'm gonna stop before people make fun of me. You never know what life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Your pronunciation's fine? Really? Epic. It's hard to do it and do the accent. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Huh. Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright, but in the initial autopsy report a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. The facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. The star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gaunt, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gaunt, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, I must have said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So, there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gaunt. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. I like the little animation. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. No one's here today. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That's where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang again there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Sir Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, it was Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. So we'll just have to come back later. The place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? I mean, it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. God damn it, Emma. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Bro, he's got an organ and shit? How is this guy not evil? No one has, like, a piano in the background and isn't evil. Not like that. I mean, like a conspicuous one. Whoa, where am I? The chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Ba. But that's Little Miss Bitch. Oh my god. I will be right back. I'm getting a phone call. Everyone's calling me today. Gotta text my sister something. Oh, he's playing an evil organ solo. I can never remember where C was. Oh, it's him. His theme sounds evil too. There's no way this guy is like trustworthy. Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Rido, have you been swimming lately? I didn't. Yeah, I just realized as soon as you said that. There we go. No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? It's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with the picture. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. The shield? Has like a sword in it in the picture. Which it doesn't here. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. It's kinda sus, Officer Gant. That case isn't over with. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. Means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hey pal, Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. They make him stand? Actually, it's from serving everyone oh no, that's worse. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. And Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm carefree not to stick out. I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon? Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written down here somewhere. His power of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. His car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. Kid walked by, a jogger came across the scene, was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Why did he turn himself in? Witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. About this. Hey, is that his tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it? I believe this will be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. The day detective found in Mr. Edwards' car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, detective? Quick, before you forget again. Ow. Damn it. This knife? It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway. Took a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. Let me guess, inside the guy? That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. It's pretty conclusive. Well, they have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? If I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. What if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind? Maybe the picture? Share a little advice with you. Oh. Okay, no. It's files. Nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. Pretty big deal. What was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Alana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. At the award ceremony? Of course. Oh, I've literally read this dialogue. Okay, what can we present to him? I think I've seen it somewhere. Maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Must be the most uninformed detective. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gantz? Where have I seen that before? Okay, well I guess we're just gonna do the funny thing where we just show everything. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe you're just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with them. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, a lost item report. Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I'm a master of misplacement, you know. Master. That is such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they aren't. Wait, what? If things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, higher power. Don't let Emma hold evidence. What? All I have is some flour. You okay, detective? Quick, run! Oh. He sneezed on us, bruh. Any help? One time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Oh yeah, the ID cards. We need the 7s. Yes. There's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Gumshoe, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. It's gotta be Gantz. It's 1-7 too many, detective. Just might have a hunch. Spot some of that stuff. I can go right detecting blood traces too. Never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Let me see that. Looming tail. Tall. New and improved growth. I mean, this can't detect any blood traces, bruh. Oh. Yeah, we've already done this one. The only one who got 16. That's how old I am. Wait. Yeah, no, we've already seen that one too. Bruh. I have a feeling it's none of these. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you could say about most officers nowadays. Saves a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. To admit he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we're able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. Okay. Already done this one. Card and a secret number. Just keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me. What could be wrong with that? Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Okay, so we wasted our time. It's taboo. Huh, so she's not going to tell us anything. Okay, that's fine with me. Maybe Edgeworth is back? I doubt it. No way. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep up that kind of emotion bottled up. You up for the trial tomorrow? Huh. First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. Something seems strange about it. Okay, show him the picture. The day Detective Goodman was murdered, you were participating in a ceremony once over at the ceremony station. I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. You came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. So he was saying, oh, wait, I didn't even realize the vase is back there. Look at that, there's something that bothers me. The trophy and the vase. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Sounds interesting. It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. The king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, why were we only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Okay, alright. Interesting. Let's go back to the police station. Oh, who's here? Excuse me? Ugh. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Hey, blind guy, how you doing? One of the badges disappeared? Oh, yeah, that's just a weird thing that happens with Twitch badges. A star. Certainly are the curious type. Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day that the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that I was the witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Lana Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. Maybe because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. We don't have any proof that anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation and Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. You mean, oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. And if it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from the shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There's only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If you could control the chief prosecutor, you could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. Last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugliness. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I am fit. Alright. Let's go back in. Okay. Before we do this, though, I need to take a break and get a drink because my throat is like shot from all this talking. So, I will be right back in like 2 or 3 minutes. course, I leave for 5 seconds and somebody raids me. Hey, Double, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Looks like I just missed it. How was your stream? We're doing some Ace Attorney. Oh, you're back. And I had to get water because my throat was tired from doing all the voices. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. Wait, what? You're a DJ? What? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh. Oh. Stream was alright. Almost on when Kirby's Return to Dream. Nice, nice. That's good to hear. I've never played a Kirby game. Well, that's not true. I've played Kirby's Epic Yarn, but I never finished it. Could admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. The office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look at that. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Okay, well, we didn't get any new evidence, so I don't know. We literally presented all of the evidence to him, but now we have to go through and do that again. Great. I don't know, actually. Are we sure we're doing the right? Oh, well, okay. Yeah, this one changed. That's it. Oh, yeah, everyone knows that. There was this dragon. Yeah, a dragon. He had a thing for shields. See? It's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. What else changed? Oh, the knife. Wait, this is actually relevant to him. It's probably... Yeah, because now we know it belonged to Dark. If Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. Yep. Okay. We already... Yeah, because that unlocked this dialogue, which we already saw. What else changed? We're like right here. I can feel it. We gotta show him something. Dialogue's the same. Double raid. Yep, double raid indeed. Hello, Shuri Bear. How are you doing? Okay, yeah. We still don't know who 7 is. Look, have fun with Ace. Thank you. I will. Wait, I know. Hang on. Let's ask her. I know she doesn't respond to like anything, but if we show her this... God damn it. I'm sure we will get it. And, I mean, you wouldn't know. She won't respond to anything. Okay. It's gotta be Gumshoe. Gots to be Gumashua. Are you gonna get the new probably not. Doesn't really look super interesting to me. Cause it's just like take picture of the game. Like I get the appeal, but and isn't it like 60 bucks? It looks pretty. I'll give it that. And I'm sure the gameplay is probably the same as the old game, which a lot of people say is good. But definitely not my style. Ugh, come on. Anymore. That's where I was last year. What good is to dwell on the past? Why can't you just accept it? Actually, been troubling me about the shield. Different? Remember the other shield in the court record? Prevents other shield. No, wait. Other shield in the court record. I thought it would be referencing. Don't give me the whole story. Okay, no good. Hang on. What is? The other shield in the court record. What other shield other than that picture? I guess I'd better present this other shield. What is she talking about? Oh, wait, does she mean this? No. I think we have to show him something. But what? Don't look at me. Yes, I went in the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gant asked me to do something. Take evidence to a case solved 6 months ago. I have a locker in there as well. Did you notice anything amiss when you were in the evidence room? My room's always dark and I was in a hurry. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Okay. Can ask about the screwdriver. But so Chief Gant gave this to you on that day. Guess to bring it up here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. Thinks it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. Okay, come on. A certain detective. What detective? Confused. Do we have anything in here that relates to a detective other than that picture? I can feel the sarcasm in that message. Ugh, okay, I'm stuck. Time to, look stupid for the next several minutes. But I feel like I've done pretty good so far today, so I don't mind. know it's none of these. I'm just... The knife, no. Wouldn't be that. This is the third time I've selected this one, and it's like... Nope. Nope, we did the screwdriver. I think we did this one already. What other shield? Let me look at that again. Any more? Other shield in the court record. I bet Gant had the knife in here removed because it was like a murder weapon. That would explain why Marshall thought the murder weapon didn't add up for the SL9 case. It's probably that. And this is my only other thing with the shield in it. Which also has the big ass vase. Wait a minute. It has the big vase. When was this picture taken? Was it? Well, it had to have been before SL9. Right. Because otherwise he would be dead. So... the vase being intact and then the old award. That all lines up. I don't know. Am I in the right place? Do I need to show him something, or am I just wrong? The game was like telling me to go back to Gumshoe. There has to be something we can do here. I'm assuming there's nothing to like examine because we've already... Hey guys. Hey guys, wanna see something cool? Wait, you guys ready? Look. Among Us. Among Us. It's everywhere. Sorry, that wasn't funny. Among Us book. Bitch. That was a stretch? Not really. It's I'm pretty sure that's Among Us. Yeah, and then he remembers. Okay, fine. Let's listen to the dialogue again. 'Cause... this. What about... Oh, hey, E. Ugh. Alright. I mean, she's not gonna budge. I don't know what it could be. It's definitely not that. Come on. Base height. That one's good. Jeez, I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. I'm conflicted. I want to look it up, but I haven't looked anything up. Oh no. Or Edgeworth. This car has just been here the whole time. Ugh. Literally, I've already done all this. Like, I don't know. Hey E, can I get like a super vague hint? That would be epic. What is this? Do you need to present? I think so. I don't know. You know? Yeah, I think I need to present something to Gumshoe. Oh, I'll tell you what my lead is, okay? When I show him the shield, right? Or no, wait, it's not with him. It is with Edgeworth, I'm pretty sure. Because if I go to where Edgeworth is and I present him this trophy, Emma says something. Look, do you notice anything different? And then, do you remember the other shield in the court record? Right? And by other shield in the court record, I assumed that meant the picture. And I do that. And then they talk about how it's different. And then that updates the shield in the court record. Because then he goes on about why the design is different. And that's where I'm at. I'm just trying to think. He's very like, he doesn't accept most of the evidence at all. I wonder. She's not gonna take anything. We didn't try showing her everything. So until I think of something, or until someone gives me a hint, or I'm just gonna have to get lucky. Damn, how long have we been on this? Nope. We did everything. Nothing. I'm pretty sure I presented all of my evidence to every single character. And got nothing. Yeah, she won't talk. Oh my god. I am losing viewers. Could save and come back, but then I'll just forget everything. It's gotta be Koshi. And I show him this, which has the picture in it, but he won't take it. Whoa, wait. Had I done that one before? No, locking me open another fingerprint match. Good. Where touches on locker. When you lock it with the blood on it. Oh my god. This game, man. What am I missing? There's nowhere else we can go. We can go here, but if we talk to her here, we've already gotten all that info. All the talking out of the way. I'm about to look it up, bruh. Like, I also want to finish this case today. Yeah, we've been on this step for like half an hour. Bro, I'm just gonna freaking examine everything, which I know is not what we need. Like, at this point, I don't have an option. I like the chess dialogue. Oh, wait, for this one. Are you fucking kidding me? The paper ball on the floor? Hey Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. Bruh. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation? Resignation, Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know. The path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Please, you have to do something. It's not a resignation. Oh my god. It was the fucking crumbled up paper ball underneath his desk. And then I'm gonna go to Gumshoe and I'm gonna be like, hey, Edgeworth wants to quit. He's gonna be like, what? Yeah, fade out that music. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. Instead, I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. You can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Bruh. Let's go. Here goes. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Gah! I know she's hitting him, but because he's the last picture I see, I just imagine him going... I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! How'd they ever get a chance to come in here? So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find. I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. We practice the strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So since Lana left, no one touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Alright, time for... Ooh, I'm snooping around. what if I go here? Wait. Oh, this is new. Oh, I didn't know you can investigate this. This is cool. It just tells us everything we know, but that's good. That was what I meant to click on. I meant to go to the ID numbers. 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 sevens. This ID number. Huh. Let me guess. The last part of the base. Whose birthday was that? Final ID card number on that record. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. That can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, no one care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a cup. Nope. Sure. The chief made up the design. That looks like something Marshall would wear. Okay, that's easy. It's very easy. Look at this jar, and when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. You mean yesterday? That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Does this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? Yes, that one. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Oh no, not the mini game. Well, I mean, it's pretty easy. We just gotta. Not again. Oh, that's how it was to start, wasn't it? That's it. Fits like a charm. Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of his jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. What? I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this? Okay, so are we good? Oh, let's do the fingerprint maybe? I have to prove that the other piece of cloth is relevant to it. A lot better now. Stars was doing the chief safe. Okay, well let's examine some more. Case name, huh? SL9 incident. Hold on. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what? No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. That's what he said. What would half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Huh. Oh, it was ripped in half. Oh, I didn't pick up on that. Taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room. That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my... Yo. Emma's based. She tax fraud. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. Burn the memory of the crime. Marshall took a picture here and went along with Chief Gant to request Dark. But he just never knew he'd be dead a few hours later. This is where Lon and I went to that theme park. To the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. It's the 15th floor of an entirely different building. Let's listen to the organ for hours. Another window. Oh, let's go to Edgeworth. I think we're done here. Oh, well. Okay, I guess not. Maybe her? Or did I leave that room too soon? Let's keep snooping around in there. Since we have to prove that the piece of cloth is relevant. That's the only thing I don't know how to do. It's a big room though, so I want to make sure I get everything. Okay, so it looks like we have to present something that proves the little cloth with the handprint on it is relevant. I mean, this one doesn't have any fingerprint. No, okay, I'm thinking too much. Here we go again. I'm fired, so I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand? We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. Oh, is that what he says when he doesn't know evidence? Before, you know when we first came in here? Yeah, it's like the right side of the form's been torn off. It really was only half. This is bugging me. Take a look at the back of that form. Back? Oh. What? Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. Oh, is that the picture she drew? Huh? That's it? You're back for attentive purposes. Oh, well, you missed it. I spent half an hour looking up for a crumbled up paper ball to move the plot forward. You have to consider the fact that you can, like, look at the evidence and, like, do that. Look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. It's blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. It is odd. Notice was funny. Oh, now chat's picking up when I don't need help. Of course. It's happy to see you guys. Careful the word tag, it's confusing. Bag, gag, nag. Zag? Exag? Zag? Do you challenge me? Is that a word? I wonder if that's a word. Yes, and now we know that Gant. We're not going to do anything with that. We're just... Okay. Ugh. I think we're done in here. And we need to go, like, to Edgeworth, or maybe back to her. You won't take anything, right? Yeah, that's fine. I think he should have fucking dialogue for the second half of his list. But he doesn't. I don't know. Okay, it's definitely not those two. Or three. How do I prove? I gotta think back to my original. How do I prove that that piece of cloth with the handprint on it is tied to the case? That's what I gotta figure out. Go back to Lana? She won't take anything. I've given her, like, everything. Look, won't take the list. Won't take the autopsy. Nope. Wait, did I open up fucking dialogue? No. Scared me. I thought it was just a fucking dialogue thing. No, there's nothing there. I have to prove that the cases, the piece of cloth that was in the safe is related. Can I look at it again? If I get another look at it, that might help. Low battery, bruh. Think you still have stuff. Well, not to investigate. I've made sure of that. Yeah, there ain't nothing. What? The floor? Okay, I thought I was gonna be pissed if it was just the floor. The jar? I already did. Right now. Yeah. I already did that one. The fingerprintings. Oh, you know, I never consider these evidence, but that's fingerprint. Yeah. Bruh. Take my finger. Huh. Okay, we got it. Alright. Time to lightly sprinkle. It's not letting me. I'm pressing the A button. No. Oh, you have to. Okay. That's right. Lightly sprinkle. Blow feature in the 3DS. Yeah. Sadly, it has not been brought over to the. I think what's funny in the DS version, you could actually shout objection in court, and I think that's funny. Well, definitely ain't that one. Okay, let's just look for. Oh. High power at work here. You just gotta have faith. Okay. So. It's her. Emma Sky is the murderer. How can this be? Whose fingerprints were they? Seems the print's too old. Oh, it's too bad. Huh. There we go. Did he teleport? Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat? Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then. Afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing... Oh, no. But... Now get out. Damn it, man. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. With spiky hair, you're free to go. Look, pal. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? Thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. I finally started to get the picture. Hey, were you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Good luck with that. I mean, if we get him arrested... So the police wanted to ask some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. See, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. Now he's thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I already told you I can... What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really. Although I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Wait, shit, I really was at the end of this case. Why didn't I watch it? Well, I guess me and you were gonna discover it together, I see. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe you. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Gotta clear my... Okay. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? I know vaguely what's going to happen right now, but you can't spoil anything. But like after this, right? Because you haven't seen the very end? Protecting? No, I think afraid of, more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? Of course. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill it. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Somewhere in today's cross-examination. Oh, fun. Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Oh, the list. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon. No. When I found the body, there was this knife stuck in it. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. A star. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I did never want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That's why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident has been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Why is it that when the music kicks in, I go back to the accent? Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. Disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. I was about to mention it. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that is all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. That took what? And that took did that take 2 hours of just investigation? There's no way. All right. Let's go. Let's do this. Defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of 777's ID number is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. You ready for 2 hours of trial? Fuck. Okay, let's go. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, and no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes. Wright and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. I'm just scared because, like, I'm going to know what's going on and then suddenly halfway through it's just going to cut off. Exactly, it's part of the fun. See you in court, right? That's like, I never told anyone this, but I had actually watched, like, the first episode of the Ace Attorney anime, or, like, part of it. So when I was doing that first case, I, like, kind of knew what was going on. And then it like, I didn't know the ending of it. So I was like, yeah, guys, I'm really smart. I'm figuring out this first case all by myself. And then as soon as it cut off to the point that I didn't know, I was like, oh, yeah, give me a second to figure that. And, you know, the first case is, like, stupid easy. But I still remember struggling a little bit with it. We're ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her. It's now. As opposed to my 11-year-old sister who started playing this game last week and is already on case 4 because she loves it so much. That's the reason why I've been, like, pushing the Ace Attorney streams a little more lately, is because I want to get ahead of her, but she's going much faster than I am. Granted, case 4 takes a while. She just started it today, I think. Or maybe yesterday. I don't know. So I've definitely got time, especially with case 5. I could probably finish most of the second game by the time she finishes case 5. But then she'll catch up. So I gotta play this more. So I'm gonna stick to the once a week thing at least. All right, let's go. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, you been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. You haven't experienced any games other than this in Spirit of Justice? Which one is that? Is that the second one? What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Walden, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Rich Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. She's literally sabotaging herself. Oh, it's the most recent one. Oh, okay. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. Wait, what? In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. So you did game 1 and game 6. Nice. But like, game 6 is like a different cast of characters. So like, I don't think you ruined anything for yourself. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. There we go. I knew he was coming. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. There's a lot of continuity. I see. Come now, Worthy. I understand it's a difficult time for you. Why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Huh. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. Huh, I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. I like that line. It's a good line. It's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. Occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Edgeworth Goat indeed. Well, okay then. Sure gave in fast. Now, please specify what happened to you 2 years ago. Am I supposed to press her? Friendly to the truth. Alright. Let's see it all connect. Waiting in my sister's office that day, a man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Heart, lung, chest. Yeah, no, that adds up. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. Or please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Let's maybe get its cross-examination. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. Done, I'm hungry, so you're swapping to mobile. Epic. What are you gonna eat? I'm starving. But I'm in court, so I can't get food. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in, took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought into questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room. On fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from the outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Dave McGann and Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. Assumed that would also be why he was the first to run in after dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. That's when Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Tell us about that. So Marshall jumped on Drake. Just then, the lights were out. The lights. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. You should have been able to see anything. Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. So he spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what was so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. That's why the game wouldn't let us show him. Would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? That's seen once, but seems to have been lost. Do you have the scene you witnessed? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. I did draw it. It's a picture. Yeah, okay. Alright, now let's go. We got everything we need. It's obvious. Let's go. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ow, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. A steak meal. Oh, nice. How appropriate. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh. These lists, they're different. What? It appears, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. You're all right, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more to the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. It's possible. Let's see. Something wrong? Do you even have to ask? He's pissed. Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That's that thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Wait, I want to see what the full picture looks like. It's just... He was so pissed. Testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago. Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. Talk that much. She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. First I had such a state of shock. Seems reorganized. Goodman was in charge under the direction of David Gant and Lana Sky. Let's tell us why this picture is painted all black. Oh. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe someone else was there. Flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. Anyway, this picture is exactly what I saw in that instant. I had some way to cut my salary. Or heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Well, yet, it's clearly a contradiction here. Damn, that would have been too easy. Let's save. Gotta be this last state. What? I'm assuming I'm on the right statement. 7 minutes ahead. Says Lana Sky's a witness? But she wasn't there? Hmm. Oh, bro, it's always the fucking autopsy report. Nope, I got it. I got it. I overcomplicated it. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. This drawing stinks. The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. It didn't give me a chance to look at the... Take a look at the knife this man is holding. You can see its tip is broken. What? What? Wait, how the fuck? You can't tell that. Just by looking at it. What? If I recall. Where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? Suffered a single stab wound to the back. Victim was only stabbed once, and the murder weapon should not yet be broken. I can't tell that it's broken by the fucking Crayola drawing. Afraid that's not possible. It was found in the body, yeah. Beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. You can? How? It's not pointy. Okay. So? Wait. I guess. I feel like if it was chipped off, though, she would have, like, drawn it, like, I don't know, like, more of an angle. I don't know. It's fucking stupid. I get it, yeah. No, I see it now. I just... Everyone is like, oh, it's super duper obvious. It's not super duper obvious. If she just drew a rectangle to represent the knife, you know, a 14-year-old kid did that, like, that's fine. Remember, she was annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. So fast, Mr. Edgeworth, there is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? A little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ag! Order, order, order. Saying the investigation really was corrupted. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? right. That instant, Emma really did see a broken knife from the trophy. Finally. Things broken here. It's you, huh? So this must be all very amusing to you. Come on! I thought I had it. No, no. Oh, okay. Wait, was the music fading out when I did that? Okay, I'm gonna hit it again, actually, because that might have been correct. Okay, never mind. I was stupid. Okay, then I mean, it could be a number of things. I think the attorney badge being used as evidence is kind of funny, actually. It happened with my sister, because you have to, in the beginning of case 4, you have to show it to Edgeworth. I don't help her, right? She's 11. She can figure this out. She got through the first 3 cases, no problem. The only thing I would say is like, oh, check your evidence and stuff. And so she's like, you know what? Screw this. I'm just gonna present all of the evidence to Edgeworth until he says something. And she went one by one, but she skipped over the attorney's badge. And then when she went back and she had done it all, she's like, oh my god, it was funny. It was funny to see. Okay. It's not the knife from his toolbox. It was him. We have other broken knives. I already did the trophy. Look at recent evidence. Oh, do they want the picture? Yeah, okay. Wow, so it's the picture of the trophy that I presented. Bruh. Picture of the award summary. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That can't be. Oh, and why not? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife, it would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the only one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Red has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribble on the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. This time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. And the blue badger is relevant. Raised his knife. I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. A flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. We didn't even exist. Well, stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Why? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. They're finally getting to the core of the matter. Oh, shit. When I saw that man raise his knife, he did not come this far only to come this far. It's a good, I like that expression. That man, I see you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. See, were shadows. What's happening? Well, disorientation is natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl, so what happened next? Flash of lightning. Yeah, okay, this is the part you need to explain. See, I even drew a picture of him here, but detective. Edgeworth hates him. Was he dancing or within the room? But I'm sure I saw his shadow. Okay. The winning smile. Had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. It couldn't have possibly existed. That may well be. What's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? So what the shadow really was. On that fateful day 2 years ago, something that's now sitting in this very room. What? Fuck, I didn't save. The blue badger is the lookalike. Oh, wait. Serious Blue Badger was in fact this. Epic. Actually, I'm not going to save yet. That's what exactly is that. Okay, now we are saving. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if you were to change our viewpoint? Got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. that it? Donald, please. What? No. I got this. Okay. I just gotta line it up. I don't think that's it. Why would she see it from this angle, though? Oh, Lord? What do you mean, oh, Lord? Oh, wait. I'm so close. Like that. We reminded the defense its case hinges on the witness drawing. Literally crying? What? No, just I got this, okay? Just did I do this one already? Hang on. Let's bring it around town. Shit. Okay, this is fine. I got it. Good thing Grex isn't here, otherwise he would be making fun of me. Like he did last time. Why do you have to rotate it? Why? Because it was just like... Listen, Donovan. Then you have a pencil? Wait, what? What pencil? And you slowly tilt it away from you. What? I don't know what you're trying to say. Does it look shorter? Do I own a pencil? I don't have a pencil within arm's reach of me. Or any writing utensil for that matter. Tilt it away from me. Does it look shorter? No? A finger. Use a... Okay, alright. I got a finger. And if I tilt it away from me, it looks bigger. Well, define away. You know? You're talking like away or like away? You know? Well, okay, vertical finger, and then tilt it away. So what are you saying? That I need to tilt it? I hate this music, man. Okay, and then just... like that? What do you mean I'm never gonna get it? I'm gonna get it. What if it's just... Okay. I had to get that possibility out of my mind. Oh my god. Alright. That's literally it. Like, and I did this one already. When you have it down this way, it's the right shape. On the angles, the little handles. Maybe... Hang on, I'm onto something. I'm onto something. I'm so close it hurts. Did I try this one already? I passed it? What? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Okay. Why are you guys yelling at me? Just look at that. What? This? No. I'm okay. Alright, alright. Enough messing around. How is the pain unbearable? I don't... You guys are acting like it's super obvious. Okay. I know it's gotta face down this way. It just... I gotta get the angle right. Well, the goal is to make the shape. Look at it. Go, I could mistake it for this, and then that's the... The specific portions go... It is not going to take 20 minutes. I promise you, I'm on the verge of it. You're gonna lose 10 years of your life? Yeah, me and you both. He's got to be towards the top. That's the thing. But like we can't do that and then still have that piece because they're on opposite ends. What if I... Am I close? I feel like this had to have, because like look, you got the little things. Not anymore? Oh. Yes, please. Wait. Present. That wasn't it? Oh. What? The hat figure thing. You mean the little dot? Wait a minute. The upward tuft. Is it hair? You're talking about the little, like, the thing on the center with, like, the little yellow dot. Yeah, that's what I had. Because, like, you angle it like this, and it's like he has it. See the full circle? We down like this? Like this? This is what I just did, and it said it was wrong. I'm so close. Dim you an image, so I basically have it. Okay, I think that's fair. Bruh. Oh my god. Do other people struggle with this? Please tell me I'm not the only one. We did it. Yep, I see it now. No. It can't be. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed I dramatic performance. Did you guys enjoy my dramatic performance? What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. It doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? For the murder, the witness saw this jar. Very specific angle, I might add. Yes, well knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? It looks as if this jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. The body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was? This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? It would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The jar was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. Since the man who was knocked onto the armor was carrying a broken knife. It would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh no. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Bruh. Never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with their own testimony. This is unprecedented. Oh. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence to... Oh, shit. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did. I assure you... Oh, my God. You're going to have proof. Tell me, you have any conclusive evidence that my sister... Testimony. But that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. So they can't get dead people to testify. Or can we? Huh. Of course, there only is one possibility. Who, her? If we get Lana to testify... Oh. There we go. I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Wait a minute, wait, okay, I don't think this is what they want me to do, but like the cloth with their handprint on it, because she pushed him. That cloth was from the marshal that got killed. Yep. Crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. Let's see if I'm right. Deceased. Right. Now then, this is a message from the judge. Okay. I'm gonna hold on to that thought with the handprint though. Message from the deceased. I don't know. Just stains. badger. Just speak the killer's name. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. Just left here on the surface of the jar, the blood. Someone wiped away the blood. Wiped away. These dots were once lines. Did not die instantly. Use the few precious moments left behind to leave behind a message. Try with the line to change directions. Connect these points. Oh shit. Give his murderer's name. Oh, I don't want to do this. How do I... Fuck, did I save after? How do you connect the dots? Oh. I don't want to do this. Prove their client's innocent. Oh shit. All I think about is saving Lana. For all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Bro! Ah. Fuck. All people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? And sir, I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, weren't you? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Okay. Yeah, no. He was a murderer. It's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the oh, no. I may say, this fact cannot be denied. Oh, shit. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Oh, shit. Wait, that was just the first half? Bruh. I'm hungry. I thought we were getting somewhere with that. Okay, but this has to be the last day, and it's gotta just be trial. Holy shit. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. It's my problem, not yours. I'm not in. Hey! The trial lasts 4 days. Yeah, I know. It says final day. Yeah. Oh, guess I am. There's like a law on Ace Attorney that trials can't go on for more than 3 days. Detective runner all around while on duty. Evidence law. Huh. Said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. It's Gant. Figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She really stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. We're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. For too many people, it's time to bring it to an end. Oh, shit. Harsh penalties for your actions. He's bowing. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just you see everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. In the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement. But a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well... That's your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over. Oh. No. Save. Oh, shit, we get to call the witness now. Alright. I want to see what happens when you put Mike Meekins. I think it'd be funny. Okay. I'm sorry. I kind of wish they like actually had you like bring him in as a witness and they had like all this like stupid dialogue that would be pointless. I think that'd be funny. All right, let's get him in here. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Defendant's partner 2 years ago. Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. People should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name's Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, your court requires to hear your testimony. All righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. A power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she'd already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When I sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see, everything seems pretty clear cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. That's what she said. The ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. For winning this award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. The Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. You went downstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? All that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. It's not funny. It's kind of funny. Tell us what you saw. The shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. Forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. Moving a body and hiding evidence is inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Good thing, you better be staring at the court record. I have my theories. It's definitely this line. And then... I mean, we could present the list of evidence. Because found in Gant's desk. Found in Gant's safe. Like, there's options here. And we got it first try. Claim had nothing to do with the forgery. I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. This list Emma Skye drew her picture on. This was discovered on your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? See, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the legal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office in relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Did I read the book? No, but we can do that. Must be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay, yeah, no, I knew that. Can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Arranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. It's a good book, yeah. It's a real page turner, even though it's only one page. You should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand I'm a chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. Might wait until tomorrow. Alright, Archie. Return though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys? Telepathic? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Okay. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. Well, you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and But Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Later. What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rido's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, that would prove his investigation was illegal. It's nice to see a case, like, finally acknowledge, like, all, like, the, you know, because lawyers are not supposed to investigate to the degree that he does. And it's cool that they're, like, kind of bringing that up. And also, I mean, you want to talk about evidence law, right? And no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Phoenix does that shit all the time. This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, right? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation, but appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. That's stupid. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Come on now, Rido, think about it. I cringe anytime I see a character in this series touch evidence with their... Hey, Grex! How are you doing? Good to see you. Good you can make the finale. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? Not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. It's probably false. He's doing. At the very least, there's one large benefit you reaped from all of this. That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to chief. Should have been here for the Blue Badger jar. We don't need to talk about that, E. Okay? That portion was stupid, so let's not talk about it. Ho ho ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? You really think I'm that incompetent? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one other possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? You think I felt sorry for her? You'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, ho, ho. That's a good one. Could there have been something in it for him? He gives 50 bucks. That's true. Yeah. And Grex, if you recall, I believe we said you would be donating $50, you know, to help contribute to the authentic Ace Attorney experience. So I will stay on this screen until you donate $50 to me. Ransom? That's not ransom. No, that's creating an authentic experience. Okay, accomplice. Hang on. Call leave sound. No, come back. Truth is a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Well, it's gotta be her. Thinks he's a cowboy. This might be too obvious. The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. This guy fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. We would want to help her more than her own sister. And as for Chief Gant, he would have also had a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor of the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. Oh, and then he has control over be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet. Yeah. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, thought of testifying that I've done such a thing? So without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? I figured that out like an hour ago, but that's okay. That's right, you can't be serious. Why is the screen shaking so much? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the Chief of Police of blackmail and murder? Are there really not any Ace Attorney Spanish chats? Yeah, sorry, no habla español. I wish I did. How are you doing, Indora? Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. And why is the chat faster? Wait, what do you mean the chat is faster? Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The Chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder. Let's save. We can make this chat a Spanish chat. Oh, yeah, that's right. EU speaks Spanish. Hola. Got his rank or title. Chief Gant is just a man. Question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it had better be good. Alright. I have no idea. Ties Gant. Oh, the ID card. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There's one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant. You entered the evidence room on the day. Oh, he's pissed now. Let's go. Llamo Andorra y las patatas fritas son el plato favorito de Mendel e monstruo compañeros. That was probably really bad. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? Que es rosa y vive en el filtro de la tierra. Oh no, I don't understand any of that. I've been told my pronunciation with Spanish is like okay, because like my family speaks Spanish, so I'm just kind of used to like the dialect, but I'm not perfect. I flunked out of high school Spanish. I was really bad at it. What about it? I'm chief of the police. Whether it's evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Well, of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. Hey, Danny, how you doing? You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? There was literally a ceremony that day. That day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. Also because of the evidence transfer. Means Damon Sky is probably guilty. Yeah, probably is. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to ask you for evidence. Shows proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. He is very charismatic, and charismatic people are incapable of committing crimes. I don't know. Damn, okay. You're charismatic and have never committed a crime? See, exactly. Just come here with me tomorrow. Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination. Can the chief of police open the evidence lockers? Come on, come on. No, it wouldn't be the statue because that we need the connection between Goodman and the chief. I mean, it could just be the evidence because the evidence transferal was that day. What did I present already? Shit. What would connect the two? Oh! Oh! What? I was gonna say maybe he told Goodman, hey, I need to get something from your locker, come with me. That was my train of thought. No proof? No, if there was no proof, it would give me a dialogue option to back out of it. Right? There's no evidence. Die. Damn. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da, bam, 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 ba-ba, ba-da-da-da. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Because he needed the chief to let him in. Or Jake Marshall stole it. So if Goodman filed out a lost item report, he would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Evidence transferal. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. Hey. Thank you, Andorra, for the follow. Hydrate. The cup is empty. So, I'm gonna go get a drink, and then I will take 3 very large sips. So, enjoy, Angry Gant. I'll be like 1 minute. But this worked out perfectly, actually, because, like, throat hurts from all the talking. All right. Water is healthy. I want to get like a big water bottle for streaming, like a refillable one. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I accidentally... Spanish version of the game doesn't have that sound. Really? That's interesting. Why does it have a different soundtrack? Welcome back, E. According to the record, your card was only used once. You showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh! Bro, why is he going Super Saiyan? Chief Gant, you didn't... The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, not... For no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. The murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. Forgetting something, Mr. Wright. His body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Where that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. There's just a useless clue taking up space. Wait, what's the useless clue? The glove? The glove is like the only one we haven't used yet. That's why I was thinking it. To move a dead body with. Oh no, we did use the glove. Well, to move your dead body. It's gotta be something we haven't used. Also, no spoilers, Andorra. Why would this have been taken out, though? Oh, you haven't played the game? Oh, okay, okay. That's fine. Alright, then if you're just guessing, then that's fine. Let's look at all this. We can guess together. How did he move the victim's body? We still haven't used this one, like, at all. Oh! Because he had Edgeworth come to the office and then drive to the prosecutor's office. So while Edgeworth was inside... Because look, let's look at the time gap on this. Okay? So he went at 4:20. Edgeworth went in 20 minutes later. So in that 20 minutes, he killed Goodman, right? Got him out of there. And then while Edgeworth was in the evidence room, he stuffed him in his trunk. Back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Yep. Yep, we got it. But you did. Chief Gant asked you to. You were set up. Puzzle's finishing to transport the body to your accomplice. Well, no, but he just kind of in the spur of the moment killed him. This is what I think it was. Get back to the photograph. Oh, it's all coming together. Photo's body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. I believe your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had law to dispose of the body? So, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. I should have said yet. For Chief Gant, murdered Detective Goodman. Yeah, well, good thing I saved when I did then. Here, okay, what's, yeah, why was this associated with it? I'll let you be the judge. Well, what do you think? Is I'm going to be late for lunch. Okay, the fact that it's taking me back to this dialogue option. Then I have no conclusive evidence. Huh. See, Yoji. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Tip, never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Rido. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, OG, I'll leave the rest to you. Bad ending. No. I think that was the right call. I warned you early, Mr. Wright. Lady Luck, hmm? Maybe we should have a word with her. There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Truth. Who, Lana? There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Huh. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Edworth? Chief Gantz, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. Got a lunch date. This bitch. Yo. Alright, we got this. Chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Oh, don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. What do you mean? Yo, wait, Phoenix and Gumshoe working together? That would be amazing. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Huh, settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. Hey. Finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. Hey, Nuge, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. We better get back. It's time for the final act. Wore my Donald P4 shirt yesterday. Yo, awesome. That makes me really happy. No, I'm going with you. Want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. All right. Ugh. Finally. We are finishing a game. I started this game a year ago, you know? And then I didn't play it for like a super long time, but I want to check real fast how many hours I have. 20 hours or more, really? Alright, the final stretch. Maybe because I've been watching my sister replay it, it feels like it's been more than 20 hours. Lana Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky, and remember, you're under oath, we want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Epic. Ugh, okay. Alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I found Prosecutor Marshall's body. I rearranged the crime scene. My motivation was to get Dark convicted. I'd had nothing to do with Emma. Confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. I mean, Chief Gann has nothing to do with this. She's not. I know my own sister. Okay. Alright, we got this. We got this. Great senior detective. She's 24 then, so it would have been 5 years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. We know that's false. Think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. That you did. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. That's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. Say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's the only situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. That is, what happened to the other murder weapon. Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh. I was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. When you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body? What? You of all people should know. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I have to ask for the sake of others. Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. Testimony. Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon. Yes, leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? I hated Dark for what he did. What? Whoa, wait. How did she... So she broke the knife somehow? I don't... That doesn't make sense. You're right. I didn't do it. So that's what I had that effect. Okay, hang on. I'm sussing this sentence. Okay, I'm gonna press again, because how the hell did she... Yeah, everyone's asking why, but not how. How do you just take a knife and just casually break off the tip? Like, I mean, that's not impossible, but... Oh, interesting. Her testimony changes depending on which answer you pick. Jar was already. Broken during their struggle. Potato tastes like potato. This is true. Potatoes do taste like potatoes. Present the jar? Yeah. Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that? Simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. For the victim to be able to read this message on the jar, it must not have yet been... I'm not objecting to you. Seems you're in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Farewell, the witness may now continue your testimony. Immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. They're large, so I'm sure I got them all. That was wiped them clean before they were discovered. The jar was already broken. You don't know what... Oh, this is what you don't know? Okay, awesome. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Reveals what really happened. The large, so I'm sure I got them all. Well, we know you got them all. I could light in a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. You're 16. Chill out, kid. But it doesn't make sense why she would wipe away the blood. I don't know what it is. I have a hunch. Welcome back, E. Alright, you guys ready for my hunch? Okay, it wasn't a good hunch. I didn't have time to check them out. Oh, but I had time to wipe them away. Wait, no you didn't. You very clearly didn't wipe away the blood. Who the shark conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off. Yes, this leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? Afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha, can you believe it? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Think we need to get Gant back in here. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. I purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason why Miss Skye became Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. You're one to talk. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Bro, what? What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean? So you do tell foul lies then? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Let's go. This is it. I can feel it. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Okay. That's alright. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You're the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. The book? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. Huh. I already read it. This is very different than what I saw earlier. Aha. Is that it? Oh, shit. It's a blurry-ass picture. Oh. Oh, my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted criminal affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found? Yep. Cloth that had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Finally, the cloth is relevant. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Oh. Uh-oh. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Again. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? So I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh my god, he said that. Good. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. It's true. Wait, you mean still some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Oh, shit. The cloth was a trap. You have something to show us, right? I'm assured to be made out as the murderer. And you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. Oh shit. I know what they want me to do though. Look, show the evidence. Don't say that. No. Oh. I always do that. Okay. It's a bit of a stretch, but I'm gonna just show the book. Okay, never mind. I thought we were gonna like pull out the book and be like, oh, you can't pull out evidence out of your ass. No. What? Damn it. No, we can get out of this. It was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. Yeah. Bad ending. Huh. I saved, right? It just takes you to the title screen. Jeez. I knew it was a trap. I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. What, you lie? Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know what you took what was inside. Conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth. You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why we'll present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. if police have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in police department history. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rido. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I thought he just gave up his right to were at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. I knew Lana. If I made her look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene. She would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. For insurance, of course. That would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. I mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See the star fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. We fabricated all the evidence. What to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit. That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Rido. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for? That's a lot better to be portrayed as a murderer. Showing it them before it was too late. Okay, I think now I show the book, and it's like I can't pull evidence out of my ass. This ain't it. Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Damn. I'm waiting for the book, you know? I know that book's gonna be relevant. Then and now. Major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? Oh, what? Okay. Fine, let's present the cloth. Verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes, at last. You finally brought it out into the... But how would he know what part of the vest to cut? Authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, were they? What? Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence. He was reluctant to do so. I tried to present it several times, actually. Things proceeding as predicted. I'm not gonna lie. There's something, Rido. You still tried to pin the murder on me. How could you? You... Oh no. Miss Sky? It's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, my boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky. Afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. I'm gonna save the game. Damn, 5-hour stream. Let's go. What could I possibly contradict? Alright, this is it. Book. I mean, circle, cut, right, and then clearly a rectangle. Nah, it ain't that simple. Ad time. Okay, well hang on, no, but Doofus said I had to roll an ad, so I will do that. How do I roll an ad? Yeah, okay. 30-second ad break. Goodbye. Some people get the ad, some people don't. Damn, Badoofus, you really waited. Okay, no, that's fine. I'm gonna wait until you can't see the ad because you're gamer. Oh, because you're using ad blocker. No, because you're subbed. That's right, that's right. Yeah. Subs don't get ads. Yeah, that's right, that's right. You're not a sub? Oh, so you're watching the ad. So you force yourself to watch a commercial. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm sure I made like 2 pennies off of that. Okay. He's evidence that contradicts the cloth. You can't hear me? What? Oh. Well, yeah, because it's ad time. Okay, well, you can go back and watch the VOD then, if you want to know what I said. I don't know. Look carefully. Oh, picture. Picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. That piece of cloth. Oh. No doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out that bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Let's go. Thank you for redeeming channel points, Badoofus. Oh, he's sweating. Though, Badoofus, I'm disappointed you don't save up for like one of the good channel points rewards. I have some good ones in there. Uh-oh. It's close right now. You almost had me. Sorry, but you have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? See, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Raji? Earlier, Rito here concealed that piece of cloth. How many evidence I can present at this point in time? Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. Well, that's not fair. Ho 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 ho. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Damn. Afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright. Last. Plan has finally arrived. Wait, I thought I just said I did not. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? Oh! The book. Now the book is here. No, what? You don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. Oh, snap. Wait, I just realized. Okay, so the reason he didn't present it before was because it wasn't relevant to the case. And then what was the first thing that Gant did when he came in? He's like, oh, you wanna connect this to SL9? You gotta prove that this is relevant to your current case. So we're basically... What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, this guy's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... That's my point. Sorry, but can you recall when that picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. That piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On that day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. It's then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. Yo! Person who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. There's only one person that could be. Damon Gant. Let's go. Uh-oh. Is he alright? I knew I should have gotten rid of him. A good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. Oh, so he stuck up for him. He opened his evidence locker, and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that cursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. So the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. On the locker. It's be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. You put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke the trunk. What's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So he put the glove in case he had to come back. Oh, never mind. Yeah, looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. Gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon a close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Edgy. Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you were no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rido here, and Worthy. These two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. Yeah, this was, I knew it was him too. I just didn't expect it to be that involved. I think that's awesome. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When the trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant, I'll be forged evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, I wish I read that. Who knows? I'm not gonna... I didn't see it. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Ah, she's so happy. Suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. Huh, it was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you are still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. This trial's gone on far too long already. Yeah, I know. It's been 5 hours, and we just did the last day and a half. Finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. We did it. So this court is adjourned. Let's go. Oh, I haven't heard this song in a while. I like that song, you know. Why the long face? I'm sorry sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. Just now after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. You too. Oh, she didn't thank her sister? Bruh. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting any. Every time. He gets his job back, right? They run all around while on duty. Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. There's a blue badger. Oh. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you will. Emma, I owe you an apology. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It's all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. Sis, you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Epic. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. I hate that sprite. I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Right, well, I'll be going now. I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. You understand. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Oh, bum, 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 da, 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 ba, da, ba. Like something we put... Oh, the screwdriver, probably. Oh. Seems... Aw, man. No. Did I fuck up? Usually that scene doesn't matter, so I didn't put too much thought into it. I just thought the screwdriver. Edgeworth, what will you do now? I failed. Bad ending. Damn. What happened killed the... You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can help it, let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. To tell you my thanks too. What I face now is my problem. I'll be waiting for you in court. Too. Yes, a little something for your scientific investigation. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? Just a little matter to be resolved by the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective! You see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Bruh. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, it's a great idea. Come on, guys. To the bank. Is that it? Is that real quick? Yo! I like that. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. I forget this case ever happened until AA4. Epic. This affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor office, so I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. I don't think anyone would ever let you work for them, but okay. I don't know what that means, Badoofus, but I will be streaming Ace Attorney 2 very soon. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. Epic, okay, he's still good. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Damn, I wanted him to come work for us and be the new Maya like he said he would. That stupid bit with the vase was dumb. Oh, there he is. Please tell me that's his post now. Yeah. Continuity for the stop show. Well, right, because like this case wasn't in the Game Boy original, right? It was only in the DS one. So I guess just like when writing the second and third games, they just kind of pretended this because it hadn't come out yet. Yeah, right? Because weren't the first three all on Game Boy? don't know if I'm remembering that right. Oh, just the first game was on Game Boy? Oh! He stopped. This credit seems kinda good. Yeah, so the first two were on Game Boy, and then... What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambino back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way Lunch. The top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller item around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Alright, so, probably, I might stream this next Friday. I'm not, so I used to work 9 to 1, on Fridays. Mr. Left? She's been doing her something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. That's what his chair looks like. Chair reveal. I messed up the second game. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Really? Well, I'll figure that out when I play the second game then. But yeah, so I don't work 9 to 1, so I can't do like the afternoon streams on Fridays. I think I could on Monday. No, Monday and Friday I work till 5, I think. But I could do like an early evening stream. Something I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Well, see you around. AA2 spoilers. Damn, why'd you tell me she comes back in AA2? Fuck you guys. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. Oh, did he quit? Bellboy, you're the prosecutor now. It's a long credit sequence. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. A little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. I'll play AA2 next week. Next week I will. It's a cute picture. What happened to Edgeworth, though? Edgeworth. He had like a letter on his desk. Did he resign? Really? Okay, well, that was fun. Got 5.5 hours. I mean, I'm glad that I didn't like stop in the middle of it though. Because that would've sucked. Let's we're gonna raid Dandrew. Encore. Nah, man, I'm tired. I've been up since like 8 a.m. I'm working on a few hours of sleep. Gonna take a nap. Well, I'm gonna eat some food and then take a nap. Anyway, we're gonna raid my friend Andrew. I don't know what the hell he's streaming, but he could use the viewers. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.